Hello everyone and welcome back to our Solid Hackathon stream. Sorry for the small delay. It was quite a hectic day so far. So let's start our project again. Okay, I don't seem to have the correct folder open. Solid data grid. Let's open that one so that we can take a look at the current state of things. Yeah, release notes, already saw those. I didn't really commit yesterday. What did I do yesterday? I added column areas. Add logic to move columns in different areas. So let's take a look at that. Let's get this project going. Yarn dev, localhost, and there we have our grid. So just to reiterate what the current state of things is, what we achieved. We have the opportunity to define, let's move that around a bit. We now have the possibility to create this grid builder, and we did that just so that we can have this generic defined only once, and then in any other place we can just call the build columns functions and don't have to provide anything for the generic because it's already predefined here. So there we define our column stuff. As you can see here, we have to define a key and value from item. So the key is a fallback value for the column title. So, but we could also, of course, use a title here. If that should, for some reason or another, should diverge from the key, then the title will be displayed. So additionally, we can add this frozen thing right here so that columns are frozen. So for example, the ID column is frozen on the left. Let's add some dummy columns so that we can see that ID is always frozen on the left and the action is always frozen on the right. I think we should be able to change the order of those columns and it should still work. Yeah, the actions are still frozen on the right and the ID is still frozen on the left because we just defined it here with this frozen attribute. We can also add multiple frozen columns. So let's say the name is also frozen on the left. Now let's add dummy columns. Yeah, the name is also frozen. So this is already working. Additionally, what is working, but where we don't have a UI yet, is we can move columns already. So we can just say context move column, and then we can add the key here. So let's say we want to move the name column into the unfrozen area and directly after the country column. Oh, place before, so before the date of birth column. So of course we have to have the column key there, but when you have an interface for that, where you can just drag and drop this thing, then this should not really be a problem. So now we expect the name column to move here to the before the date of birth column, so between date of birth and country. Let's try that. And now our name has moved to here. And 21 cells have been rebuilt because we moved all those divs here, all those cells, from one column area to another, so they have to be rebuilt. But everything else is still working, so we have still frozen columns. We have this name right here. So we can freely reorder the columns with this move column function. One thing that was quite cool that we built is we added that dynamic column thing right here. And this allows us to add a dynamic amount of columns depending on some other state. So for example, I have this state dummy column count right here. And these functions, more dummy columns and less dummy columns, just increment and decrement the state. So then we increment the state. As you can see here, we just have to create some kind of an array for the dummy columns, and then we can create for every item in that array, we can create a new column object. You could, of course, also use items right here. So let's try that. Let's take the store.persons. So for every person in our list, yeah, we need that. For every person in our list, we now want to have a column. Then we could say person column i.name. And we want to render in the row. I don't know, I'm not quite sure if this is, we will just render the key, I think. And now we should, it's not working. Oh yeah, it's not working because, I know why it's not working. Because we are, so the columns are there, but they are in the hidden columns right now. Because when we at a later point in time, add more columns, they are by default not visible, not displayed in any area. So maybe we could add another helper function to our context. Let's just do it like that. Let's just add it imperatively. Context derivations.columns. So this should be in theory all our columns. Yeah, we have the 10,000 columns for each person and our 5 fixed columns. Let's take a look at them. Yeah, we have this key right here. And now we just iterate over these columns for each. And now we say context.derivations.columns. Move column.key to the unfrozen area, and we want to add all columns to the end, so we don't add a place before. So this did not work. Oh no, it's what's happening right now. So something died. I cannot scroll anymore. Yeah, so the main thread is busy right now. I wonder what's happening right now. So of course, for the calculation of the dimensions, we have to go through all rows and all columns. So right now we have 10,000 rows times 10,000 columns. We have 100 million iterations for the calculation of the dimensions. And I think that is currently killing the performance. So maybe let's just not use all persons, but only the first 100, for example. So I think we have to kill that browser tab. Or can I just do that? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, now it's closed. Perfect. Now let's reopen that. And now let's try that one again. Yeah, now for 200 columns it's working perfectly. So now we have one column for each person and still have it in a very performant way. So the resizing is absolutely no problem. It's just a problem when we have 10,000 columns. Let's try 1,000. Let's see what's happening then. Yeah, so it really takes a while, but now we have 10,000 rows and 1,000 columns. So we still have 10 million cells in our grid and still maintain quite a good performance. Let's see what the resize is doing. Yeah, resize is still buttery smooth, absolutely no problem. But then I wonder what exactly is taking so long. Let's profile that. Let's take a look at what is slowing that down. So start the profiler. Move all columns to the visible columns. Now they're visible. And then we can stop the profiler. And now we can see here we have really lots and lots of calculations. We freeze the UI for about 1.5 seconds. And now we can take a look at what exactly is causing this delay. Let's close the console. Let's get that one. Set property, self-time, set property. So the style calculation, this is interesting. Evaluate script. Run user effects. Huh. Yeah, that's a bit weird. The self time is only 94 milliseconds for this function call. So I think the problem is that we have 10,000 state updates. Maybe we should. Let's just try that. Let's try batching that. Let's for now, just for the sake of it, let's add a function. Show all columns. And that will use the batch function from Solid so that we don't have one update for each function call, but we batch every call inside in one single update. So this should greatly improve performance. And now we can just say blah, 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 for const c of this derivations columns is move column c.key unfrozen. Now let's try that again. Now let's call context show all columns. Yeah, now we don't have any delay at all. So the problem was that I have 10,000 state updates happening shortly one after another. Let's remove the slice because I think this should work smoothly as well for everything. Okay. It doesn't. But it's still performing enough because I think, yeah, we have like 10 million, no, 100 million, right? 10,000 times 10,000. Yeah, 100 million cells right now. And the resize is still working. The scrolling is still working. Absolutely no problem at all. Really cool. That's a bit weird, I wonder. This person, Chen Bevan. Let's display the ID as well in the key, maybe in the title. It's maybe not a bad idea. Load ID, and we will display the name right here, perhaps. No, just I.name. Let's show all columns. Yeah, so we have column with user ID 0, which is that one. And now let's refetch the data. Now these rows correctly update, but that did not update correctly. This is interesting because the key is not reactive. So it's still the same person object, but the key is not recalculated because it's just built once. So we have to make sure that, I think it's not really a problem. So for each person, we generate one column, and we keep that person, that column and person matching present by the person identity. And we build it that way that refetch data is just mutating all the existing persons to have new names, which is not really a case that you would do, I think. So that is breaking the column key for, here, but that's not really a problem when you use the ID, because that one should be stable. But the users inside of that column updated correctly. Now maybe let's move one column. Move column person column 2. Let's move that to the left frozen columns like that. And it's placed at the start. Is that correct? No, this is not correct. Because the ID is not frozen anymore. So now the person column 2 is correctly frozen. And again, this call of moving the column was just absolutely no problem. It happened in, I don't know, a couple of milliseconds. No problem at all. We have a question. I was wondering, where do you keep unloaded data? Is it fetched, stored in local storage, or in some JSON? So we are using this create store right here. It's basically a use state coupled with an effect where we load all persons. So inside of store.persons, we have all 10,000 persons. So the data that is kept for the grid is completely decoupled from the elements that are currently visible. So we have these all those 10,000 persons, but only the persons with ID 0 to 15 are displayed. So we have some kind of a filter where we take our initial list of all 10,000 persons while keeping that in memory, and we create a new list with the visible persons. Yeah, it's all in memory. So we decided on day one that we want to do everything client-side. So we have the scrolling client-side, grouping, filtering will all happen on the client. And we will not be using the server for that. For now, we could write an adapter that uses a couple of the same components, like the grid, for example, the underlying one. So that could happen on the server side. Yeah, it's only the only problem happens in the DOM. The browser does not really have a problem with keeping lots of data in memory, because maybe let's take a look. Where is it? Memory here. Let's take a heap snapshot. Let's take a look. I'm not quite sure if these 129 megabytes are all the data that I'm keeping, but I think we should see it in the snapshot soon, where the majority of our data is living. Yeah, so here we currently have 600,000 objects in memory, with a total size of 69 megabytes, I think. Is that megabytes or kilobytes? Those are bytes? Kilobytes? No, it's megabytes. Interesting that the snapshot itself is only 105 megabytes, but objects are already 69. But I'm not quite sure what retained and shallow is meaning. Maybe I think the shallow size is just the size that these objects add themselves. So here we have some duplications in here, I think. So you can see we have 600,000 objects in memory, and the browser does not really have a problem with that. Yes, we have maybe the memory consumption is getting higher and higher the more objects you have here. But that's not really slowing down the browser. It just keeps lots of memory and might unload that. So when you switch tabs, maybe the browser will make the decision that the data from that tab is no longer relevant and will unload that browser window. So when you switch back, maybe the window will reload. But what makes the page sluggish is the DOM operations. So access to the DOM, this is what makes it slow. When you have many DOM elements, then you can really feel how it's slowing down. We could even, I'm not quite sure if I want to do that because this will probably crash the page, but we can try. Let's change that back to be our dummy columns so that we can add and remove dummy columns when we need them. Dummy column count. Yeah, this is working again. And now let's change our code to not use the auto sizer. Oops. Like that, like that. And now we are going to add a width right here. Let's say 200 times 10,000. And here again, we have something like 40 pixels per row times 10,000. And now you can see the browser already is stuck because I told him the grid itself, the visible area of the grid, is basically so large that every cell is currently visible. So what's happening right now is the browser is trying to display all elements in the DOM. You can see how long that is taking. And when I go to the inspector here, then we can see how many rows we have because all cells are rendered right now. So we have these 20,000 cells only in this part of the UI. And when we now add columns, so now I clicked, and then you can take a time and see how the UI is freezing. Yeah, now it's there. We can also show that in the lag radar, I think. Bookmarks, code, lag radar. So you can see I'm not even doing anything, but the turning of the lag radar itself is introducing a delay because we have so many DOM nodes that is basically slowing every interaction with the DOM. So just as a little selection here is causing issues in our UI. So when we add more dummy columns, again, this basically kills the application for a long time. So let's switch that back just to have the comparison again. Bookmarks, code, lag radar. Where is it? Lag radar. So now you can see we can select here and have absolutely no problems. We can add columns and don't even see anything really in here. So the virtualization is really working wonders for these large amounts of data that we have right now. Okay, let's see what I changed here. So I just moved the actions. I can revert that. That was basically irrelevant. So what are we going to do today? Let's take a look at our timetable. One note. So for day 4, we have the logic for grouping and aggregations and filters. I think this is what we are going to start with because it's okay. Then I absolutely have to work on those first 2 minutes so that it's interesting from the get-go. But thanks, I'm really happy that it's interesting to you. So today we are going to start with the groupings and aggregations and filters. So now I want to be able, for example, to have group rows for all countries so that we can expand this group and display all persons from one country, from Senegal, for example. The project is not very exciting. You are not very exciting looking. No, that's absolutely all right. I can totally understand that when you're joining a stream where you're building a large application and the UI itself is looking kind of boring right now, not very sleek, I think. I can totally understand that. But to be honest, I'm not really doing this stream to gain a following or something like that. We just want to share our process right there. Maybe we will upload the videos to YouTube later or something like that, or reuse them for our own purposes. So I'm happy when it's interesting to you, and I'm happy when you find another stream that's more interesting to you. No hard feelings there, definitely. Okay, so grouping, back to grouping. So we want to be able to add functions to group by each column. let's go to our column templates and let's first think about how we are going to add that. And I think that will be very easy because we just have to return some grouping criteria for each item to determine in which groups an element is. But I'm not sure if I want to allow one element to be in multiple groups. Yeah, I'm not quite sure yet. I'm not sortable. Let's go here. Group by, which will of course again be a default value. And this will be a function like that. And we should. So now list or not. To return a list or not to return a list. Maybe let's first add a new type here. Single or array. T is either T or an array, a read-only array of T. Like that. So as our return value for our group by, which will be called for every item, and we are going to return a single element or an array, so that you can have one element in multiple countries. So for example, a person could have multiple home countries, so that that person might appear in different kinds of groups. So we want to allow that, I think. So we have single or array of, let's say, strings are allowed, numbers are allowed, null is allowed. I think undefined will be allowed too, just to make it a bit more ergonomic. What else could you group by? Booleans? We could do Booleans. Let's do Booleans as well. You know what? No, I don't want to do Booleans. Let's leave it at that for now. So we have this function group by. That is optional, where you can define how your column will be grouped. So let's try to add that for the country, like here. Let's add a group by, and we will just return props.template.value from item props. So we will add a default group by for that. Ooh, that is not working. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because value from item can return more. Yeah, value from item can also return booleans. So we have to add the boolean to our group by. Understand what you're typing, blah blah blah. Fun fact, CodePen is types often for JS, but kind of breaks when you use type thing. Yeah, you can use TypeScript for JavaScript files by adding this TS check directive at the top, like that, and then TypeScript will check that file. But of course, as you don't have any compile check, you cannot add any type annotations. So we can let's take a look at an example. Weeds.new/react. So you have this JavaScript project, and then we could just add TS check. And then the IDE should check that file. So when you have let x is 5, so it's a number. So TypeScript inferred type number, and now let's try to assign a string. Then we should get let's give TypeScript a bit more time so that the IDE is starting. So this should be working in VS Code, I think. When you have VS Code open and paste in that, then you should see a TypeScript error because TypeScript is able to check that file. You have to add a space there. Let's try that. Let's add a test.js file. And let's add the ts check. Yeah, now here it's working in the IDE directly. So you get these type hints directly in the IDE. But of course you cannot add type annotations here. So this is not valid JavaScript because you cannot add type annotations. So you have to use comments for that. So you can use type, I think, and there you can say number or string. And then this will work because we told TypeScript that this variable is of type string or number, and we can assign strings or number to that. When I assign a Boolean here, then I again get the type error. So we can really use the power of TypeScript without really having a compile step or without really writing TypeScript while still being in a JavaScript file. Yeah, there are certain cases where the syntax is ambiguous. So when you write components with arrow functions, app2 is a function, and now want to make this function generic, you cannot do it like that because then TypeScript won't know, or the parser won't know, if this is an opening tag for JSX or if this is the generic. There's one simple fix. You can just add a comma here. And then the parser knows that this has to be a generic because in JSX, in a tag, there isn't allowed a comma in that spot. So you can kind of trick the parser to realize that this is a generic and not the start of a JSX tag. But I just stumbled upon that, I think, a couple of weeks ago because in our projects, we always use the function declaration. So I never encountered this with an arrow function. And with a function declaration, it just works. Okay, back to groups. So now we have this group by. Now let's go back to the app. So I added this group by. I think let's maybe export a default from that directly because we will need that sooner or later. Export function default group by. The props are of type column template of type parameters, column template, column template. Why is there no group by? I know why there's no group by. Because I haven't added yet to the template itself. Let's add the group by here. The group by will stay optional, I think, because they're definitely, I don't really want grouping to be a default feature. Or do I? Yeah, I don't think I want grouping to be a default feature. You have to opt in to use that. So let's keep that optional. And now we can say group by. And of course, then we need non-null, I think, or non-nullable. I always forget how it's called. Non-nullable, non-nullable, like that. So now we have all the arguments that the group by function is being called with. So now we can just return from the first arg template group by args, like that. So now we have our default group by, so we can just use that, for example, for the country. And now we have the baseline for the grouping itself. There's nothing happening with that for now, but now we can define the groups. The cool thing is that you can then maybe, let's add a special grouping for the date. group by. And now let's say props.item.date of birth .get full year. If you are older than the birth year is older than 1992, then you are pretty old. Otherwise, you are quite young. And now we have this grouping so that we can group persons by being pretty old or quite young. That we can then try, so that we have something else that we can try out with. Okay, so now we defined how we are going to group them. Now we have to use that. So let's go into our grid context. So I definitely want the groups yeah, me too. That's why I picked the year like that. So we want to have a state for the groupings, and this will just be a list of column keys because you can group by different column keys. So we just will return a list for different columns. So group by column keys will just be a list of strings. And we will initialize that as an empty array. So now we have this grouping, and now we can derive some data. So now we have these sorted items, and now we want to build a tree of items by their groups. And this is definitely something that we can move out of the data grid. Let's add this groups function, and now we can move the default group by into this grouping stuff. Like that, like that. Now we need to add the default, the import. Back again, default group by. So for that, I can definitely recommend Advent of Code. This is an event that happens every year where you have problems where you are forced to think about and work with data structures. And because in my college degree, I didn't really learn much about data structures and algorithms. But this project, Advent of Code, I've been doing that since, I don't know, 2015, I think, every year in December. And this really helped me learn these algorithms and data structures. That it's true, you don't really need them often in front-end projects, but when you're writing such large libraries, it's good to think about complexities and to think about if you can easily increase performance, but it's definitely not really a requirement for front-end development. But a couple of weeks ago, I actually had to implement a binary search for a web project. It was on the backend side, but this was actually the first time that I really used a binary search in a real-world project. So now let's say we have our build tree. We have a t item like that. Now what do we need? We need our items, which is a list of the items. We need the group by functions. So group by functions, which will be a list of type of default group by. Oh no, and this is again not working with the generic, right? Is it? Maybe it is. No, it can't. I think it cannot work. No, I think the generic is at the wrong place. Okay, so let's just copy the signature. Oops. Oops. Return type. You know what? Type group by function t item. Let's do it like that, and then we can use that here. Group by function t item array. So we have a list of group by functions. And I think that's it. Studied IT for 3 years. Yeah, so I'm always struggling a bit to decide if my degree if I really benefited from the degree itself, the studies itself, because there's absolutely no discussion that the connections and the friends and the people I've met during this during my university studies that was definitely worth my time. And if I wouldn't have studied, then I wouldn't have met the partners that I'm currently building a company with. So going to university definitely was beneficial, but from the contents of this degree, I'm really struggling with deciding if I really learned much from university itself or from the projects that I did while being in university. But luckily in Germany, university is basically free. So the decision is, I don't know, I think it's a no-brainer, but of course there are many other ways that are worth it and that can lead to great success. So it's definitely not the only way that works. So now with the build tree. So this will be a recursive function because we don't know how many grouping things we have. Now, whenever I'm writing a recursive function, I start with the base case. So if group by functions, let's do it like that. Next group by remaining group bys. Is config.groupBy functions. And now the base case, if we have no remaining group bys, then that means we are at the last level of grouping. If remaining group by length is 0, then we want to build one last level of grouping. So we have to go through the items and build up an object for each group. So we need, let's add a default function for that. Function, now we can do that in the array helpers. Helpers, array helpers, export function group by multiple. The item items is a read-only array of the item. So we have our items and the callback. Get group criteria. And this will be called with an item, the item, and will return a string or a, wait, we can just steal that, group by, yeah, that one. So the result will be an object of the item array. Now we can just iterate through the items for const item of items, const criteria. So the TypeScript community, or I think it's the same in many programming languages, they often only use single letter variables for the generics like T, U, S, etc. I really am not a fan of that, but I still like to prefix the generics with a larger type T to annotate that this is a type variable, just so that you're not confusing it with another static type. But it's just something that I like to do. Really no requirements there. But then I can definitely see that this is something from a generic and this isn't, which I like. Yeah, the thing with the TypeScript community is I think there are not many widespread standards. So I think something like that is, I'm not really sure if this is a standard, if many people are doing that or not. I like it, and I can argue that this is a good practice, but I'm not quite sure if it's really something that's done at many places, because there really are no standards when it comes to JavaScript development. Is get config, not get group criteria. Why is that not working? Because I didn't use config here. Get group criteria. Item. Single or array. Let's first do the easy case. No, wait. Criteria array. Oh, sorry. Oh God, I have another one. No, I'm fine. So when we have criteria, when it's a single criteria, then we just do a list. Const C of criteria array result nil. If not result of C, then result of C is a new list, and then we can push that in there. Just check that this is working, and now I can push that in there. And then I can return result, I think. So I go through all items, extract the criteria, and turn that into an array. And then I go through that array and push all those criteria into our results, and then I return the result. Let's add a bit more room to that. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, thanks. Gesundheit is absolutely right. Yeah, so the CSS part, personally, I'm not really a fan of that. I much prefer using building the logic part of things. So for example, right here, we already have the sorting logic implemented. We have the moving logic implemented. We will have the grouping logic implemented quite quickly. And then we only have to build the editor itself, where you can drag around some columns. And this for me is a bit of the more of the boring parts, because the logic stuff, this is where I'm having the most fun. So groups is group by multiple, where we pass in all items and we pass in the next group by. Is that correct? No. No, it's correct. Is it? No, it's not. Let's call next group by. Oh, we have to pass in a bit more here. So I need that in here as well. The context and the template. Ill. Ich bin gestorben, tut mir leid. I don't really think that this is a sentence that you're saying too often in your life. So this is basically another item. So this is not the item of our row, but maybe even some context values. Yeah, no, but I don't want to pass in that. So for group by functions, I definitely want to pass in the column templates. Group by columns, and this will be a list of column templates. And now I only need as another argument the context is data grid context the item, like that. Group by columns, next group by okay. Function is next group by dot group by. We can add a non-null assertion here, and then we can call that one right here and pass in context is config dot config dot context. What else do we need? The item is item and template is next group by. So this needs to be an accessor, that's okay. Let's just do it like that. And now the column template, why is that not working? So next group by is a column template or undefined. Yeah, that will always be defined. We will make sure that this, oh no, it's not. If not, let's add that here. If not, next group by return items. Is that correct? No, so we want to have to always return some identifier. So we always want to return group rows or tree node. Let's define a type tree node of the item, and this will either be always have a path, which is a list of strings. We will have we will either have items. So we can be on the next, or let's always add items. I think we always will add items. The item array. And we will always have a child groups. Which can be null, which will be a list of tree nodes. And build tree will always return a tree node of the item. And now our default return value is easy, because we are just saying we have items, which is config.items. We have a path, which is, you have to fix that soon, and no child nodes, we don't have child nodes, like that. So now we need to add the path. I think we should add a recursive function right here. Build tree recursively. And we will get items, the item. Let's just do it like that. We get a context. And we need the group by columns. And we need a path, which is a list of strings. Now we are going to move that in here. Add a return type right here. And return build tree recursively. I think we will just resolve the accessor already. No, we are not going to do that. We're not going to do that because we don't want to add a dependency on the context if the group by is not really using the context itself. So what are the remaining arguments? The context is config.context. Then we have our config.group by columns and the current path, which will start with an empty array. Oh, I hate that Prettier does not allow you to have empty lines in a function at the start of a function. Okay. So now here we can return the config.path, just path, like that, like that, like that. Nice one-liner. When there are groups, then we are building groups. Yeah, definitely. Same here. Even if I don't agree with everything that Prettier is doing, I really hate spending any time on manually moving around or indenting code. And I really get annoyed when others do it because it's just a waste of time. You just hit save and let the formatter do the rest. And yeah, maybe some things are not as pretty as they could be if you moved it around by hand. But I think that's a micro optimization. Oh no, I spilled my tea. Not a problem. It's a red t-shirt with red tea. Okay, so now we have our group when we don't have groups remaining. So this is basically the base case. If we have groups remaining, then we are going to group things and get back groups, which is an object. Oh no, so this has to return a... No. It will always return a tree node. That's okay. Yeah, no, that's okay. So here we have our groups. And our groups will be our new child nodes in a second, because we are... You know what? We don't need that anymore because we already handled the base case. And now we are returning. The path will be just be the path, like that. Items will just be items, and the child nodes are going to be groups. Object.entries groups dot map. I think like that. Key value, I think. And now for every element inside of our groups, we will return a path, which is path and key. So we add the key to the path. We add the items right here because those are a list of the item. Yeah, perfect. And we add a list of child nodes. Oh. No, that's correct. And for the child nodes, we will be saying build tree recursively. And we are going to pass in the items, the context, the group by columns. These are the remaining group bys here. And the path, which is as well this one. Okay, we can pull that out into an object, so we're not recreating that twice. Like that. No, new path. New path. These kind of things always happen at the best point in time. And this is our object, this is our function, this is our map. This was one to not, this is also not needed. Yeah, like that. Type of tree node. Child node is of type tree node. Ew. Oh no, we will just return that one. We don't even need to build that. Yeah, and then it's only, we only call this new path once. Path key. Like this. Like this. Like this. Freaking hate brackets. That? No. I have that yellow one, this one, this one, this one? No. So we are mapping, we are building. So this one is correct. Bye, thanks for joining in. So this one is correct up to here. No, this one up to here is also correct. Like this. This is too much. Yeah, no. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now I can build a tree, I think. And now we can use that inside of our context. Item tree, let's just call it. And this is a create memo where we call build tree. Now first we need another derivation. Group by columns is create memo this dot state dot group by column keys dot map. key this dot columns by key is this is a derivation columns by key like this, and now we're going to filter the columns by those that have a group by function, and we can return this and close this. So now we have our group by columns. Wait, this is not. Why is there an undefined? Yeah, because that one. Let's just do it like that. This is not working, I think. This will still return or undefined. Yeah, we can just do that one to fix that, to not add an additional filter there, and then we can just do that. Now we have our group by column. So now when we call our build tree function, we can pass in context, which is this. The group by columns are group by columns, and the items are sorted items like this. And now this should be working, I think. And now let's just try that. Context dot derivations dot tree, item tree. Let's call that. And it's not working. Perfect. Because we don't have any group bys in the state. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Group by, column key, string, place before string, and now we can just say this dot update store draft new index is place before. Then we have draft dot group by column key dot length. Otherwise we have column keys dot index of. Oh, it's the same thing. Let's just do it like that, and we are going to use draft dot group by column keys. And then we can say draft dot group by column keys dot splice new index. We don't want to delete anything, and we add the column key there. But first we are going to remove that, because maybe this column is already group by and I don't want that to be twice in there. Draft dot group by column keys dot filter, and only keys can remain that are not the one that we are currently grouping for. And then we are inserting that, and then this is working. So now let's say context dot group by country. Okay. So the tree is already being built, and there we run into a, so it has to be here. Okay, here I'm not using the correct one. That was an easy fix. Group by, okay, that's still not working. So what is happening here? Object.default group by. So in this one, oh yeah, of course. The default, but when I place default group by in the group by and it calls the default group by, that does not really make sense. So we are going to say get value from item, like that. Yeah, and now it's working. Okay, context dot derivations dot item tree. So first we have our root row. I'm not quite sure if I'm going to render the root to have some row above all others. Not quite sure if we're going to do that. And in there we have our child nodes and all of our items. Yeah, all 1,000 elements. That's correct. Then we have our child nodes, and let's see. Yeah, we have here Senegal. Oh, the items are incorrect, of course, but the paths are okay. So let's get into our grouping and let's see what we are pushing in there. This is weird. Group by multiple. And for each item, maybe the error is already happening in here. Yeah, because we have to push in the item. That's the arrow. Okay, so now let's group again by country. Now we get the item tree. We have 90 child nodes. And for Senegal, we have 105 persons. Perfect. Perfect. It's really weird that this worked. Because this is any. Why is that any? That is not any. That is any. This is weird. Why is that not? Why is that inferred as an any array? Just to be sure, let's add that manually. Like that. Like that. Yeah, this can be used as an index type. They are lying. And just do it like that. So this is always a string. Then we use that, and that. Group by country. Get the item tree. So we have our path. And our child nodes. Where we have New Caledonia. What did I just change? Why did I? Ah, because I just wanted to know if why the type error was why I didn't get a type error. Okay, so one level of grouping is working. Now let's add another level of grouping, and additionally group by date of birth. So now let's get the new item tree. we first group by country. So we have our child nodes for the country. So that is not working. Then we have France. I don't have any child nodes there. Why don't I have any child nodes? Let's take a look at that. No. Am I still in that? Context dot store dot state dot group. I hate that. No, we have not grouped by anything. So, oh, I just did not add any other group by. Let's add that. Now let's add date of birth. Now we should have in the state 2 elements, country and date of birth. Perfect. And now let's take a look at the item tree. Item tree. Let's call that function. So now we have all of our elements for the countries, where we have PAL country, yeah, and now we have 2 elements in there. That's better. And then we have 2 elements with the new country. So we have the pretty old ones and we have the quite young ones. Then we can go into the item. Yeah, there we just have the items. Okay, great. And now we have this recursive tree, and to display that in our grid, we need to remove the debugger first. We need to flatten that tree. So in our grid, in our derivations, we have our item tree, and then we have flattened item tree. And there we just need a function like this, p3 export function flatten tree, the item, and this will be called with a node, tree node t item, and this will return a list of tree nodes. We will reuse all nodes, so we will still have the recursive structure. But we will flatten all elements. So let's say if not child nodes, return node. Otherwise, return node. No, I don't want to use the spread operator. Let's add another function, recursively flatten tree. T item. No, we don't need that. Node. Tree node. List. Tree node item. So we will just do that, and we'll just but we can also return the list just so that it's a bit easier, like this. And now we can say if not node child nodes, then we push list dot. This is a list and not a child node, like that. List dot push node. Then we push in the node and return the list just to make it easier. And otherwise, we are going to push list.push node, but we'll also child node of node.child nodes, recursively for flattened tree, child node, list, return list, return recursively flattened tree, node, and list. Like this, and now we have our flattened tree. Now we don't get flattened elements for all items. Is that a problem? Yeah, I think that is a problem, because when we want to have rows, then we really need to have everything in there. But then we are going to return either tree nodes or items inside of that list. So maybe we'll add the union type right here, group node. Or a bunch of let's do it like that. Export type node is either a group node or an item node So flattened tree will return a list of nodes. And when the node doesn't have child nodes, then we are going to also return the, or const item of node.items. Okay, yeah, this is perfect. Oh no! Oh no! Now we're back to recreating objects. Yeah, this is already a problem here. So right now we are just happily recreating those objects every time build tree is called. Then we are recreating those objects, and that means that the rows will also be recreated every time, and that means that the DOM nodes are going to be recreated every time. So we somehow need to maintain the identity of the rows. So right here we are recreating on every layer of the recursion. We are recreating this object. So we could do everything as an accessor. We call build tree recursively. We are recreating this node. But this is not correct because we don't want to recreate this node. We want to always have the same node there. How are we going to do that? You know what? I think I'm going to schedule a short break so that I can think a bit. And then maybe in about 10 minutes we can continue and try to implement that in a way that the elements are not recreated every time. Then we will continue in a moment. Okay, let's get back to this. So I thought about many different approaches, but I have not yet found or had my epiphany. So I could use map array on every level. So we're calling build recursively, basically with an accessor of items. And with an accessor of the group by columns. And no, let's move that first here. Accessor. And this is already an accessor. And so this returns an accessor of a group node. Okay. That one needs to return an accessor as well. So the path is the only thing that will not be an accessor, because this cannot change, because I'm not moving nodes around when their grouping changes. Oh, wait, maybe we are going to do that. So what are we going to do? So we need, oh god, this is really hard. So we could do a create. So someone need to know if I'm in that case or in that case. So I need to build a create memo that whenever the group by columns change, then it returns the items for this layer and the path. And the items will basically be an accessor. Is that cool? Yeah, I think that's not a problem. Okay, but in this other case, then I can get the next group by. And now I have to go over the items and create, yeah, what do I want to create? So this is just creating an array of, yeah, that's not a problem. I think that one we can still do that like this. Oh, funny, that is not correct. Here, items. So whenever items changes, then we are building the group by and get in return an object of the items. This is correct. Oops, like this. So group by function. Okay, and then we need to build the recursion, and there we need to add some map array stuff. So we have a path, we have our items, which we can now use in accessor because we are already dependent on the items in this layer. Not quite sure yet. And now we have to go through this, and now we can use map array in here, right? No, we can't. When you use map array in here, then map array will be recreated on every change of items, for example, on every change of group by functions. So this is breaking then. Is that a problem? So let's say we are rebuilding the objects. Since every change to the group also kills the path, because the path might have changed. And the objects will be rebuilt anyway. Because in the cell, I need the path in the cell. But I could have that as an accessor. Theoretically, I don't really need to destroy that because the item itself is still the only thing that is identifying a row. An item row, of course. The group row is identified by its path, but the item row. But when we do it like this, then this will break. How can this work? So I basically have to defer all the... Wait, let's try that. I have to defer everything as far down as possible. So let's remove that for now. The green memo. So that one, let's defer that. Const next group by is group by columns dot 0. So the return, we have to defer that to later. We have to just ignore that for now. The remaining group bys is group by columns dot slice 1. Here we are rebuilding something, so this should be a create memo. Now we have our accessor for the remaining group bys. Now we need to build groups like this. And this is building one new object. We can use create memo for that, but that's basically a bit boring. Yeah, but let's do that just so that we never recreate something. And in here we are going to do group by multiple items, item. Next group by. If we don't have a next group by, okay, we need to add that in here. No. So what we don't want to rebuild that when the next group by changes. No, not whenever group by columns change, so we need to create memo here as well. Because like right now, this will trigger whenever the group by columns changes. But now this will only changes when the first group by column changes, because it is recalculated, and when the same element is in there, then the next group by is not triggered. So now we are going to build our groups, and in here we can say if not next group by. Then we are going to return null, and otherwise we are going to return this one. Next. Yeah, so we just added this thing right here because we just assume that all those columns are groupable. So let's do that. And the template is next. So now we have this groups thing that will never be recreated if not required. And now so we need this basically the equivalent of the show component. Let's see if the same with map array, if the show component also has a plain TypeScript implementation without any JSX stuff on the outside. Yeah, because the for component is basically just calling map array. And the show component now here, it's done manually with an untrack. That's the trick. Because right here on the outside we don't have a tracking context. We don't want to introduce any tracking stuff. So we need some if-else stuff. Conditional accessor. And I think we will only be building two paths. A, B. Condition is an accessor of anything. We don't really care about that. So with the show component, solid docs. Yeah, there. So it's writing definitely. So this is definitely an improvement over time. That you can see that when you're Googling for stuff for Solid, a couple of months ago, SolidJS was not on the first page definitely, but now it's already on the top 5 spot. So where here show. user changes. Is that what we want? Right here. Yeah, whenever the next group by changes, yeah, then we want to re-execute it. Yeah, okay. So condition is an accessor. Let's do it like that. So we have an accessor of t value. And when this is true, then we are building that one, t result a. When false, I think we're going to do an object here. Then we are, I think we can change the types a bit. Yeah, let's do it like that. So when this is falsy, then we are going to do this. Otherwise, we're going to do this. T result B. And this returns so we're calling the condition once. Whenever the condition changes, then we get this new is true value. And then we say so now the question is, no, this will only trigger. Yeah, we can just remove that. Whoopsie, whoopsie, whoopsie. So when accessing the condition, no, you know what? Value to check is config create memo config.condition. We have value to check. No, or when value is false, then we are going to return config dot when true, but we are going to untrack that. That's weird. Oh no, because that is when false. So this is to, I think, do that. So we're going to try that in a second. Else we're going to return uncheck. Let's check this implementation. Yeah, the fallback is just in the JSX element here, but we want it as a function again. Every time the value changes, then we are recalling that in an untracked context. So I think, this should okay, it's not. Let's do that. What why? Okay, that one needs to go as well. Okay, so now this is working again. No, we're not using this anymore. So let's just import that like this. Now we get the high. Yeah. Now let's remove this console log on the cell. We don't need that at the moment. Okay, so now we can experiment with our high. Let's add a tracking context. Oh, that's an untracking context, but in here I can use this pause. I can reuse my stuff. You know what, let's do that in the... No, I want to do it here. Okay, so let's say we have a signal. And Zn is create signal 0. And we are creating an effect. And here we are going to say set interval. I don't think we need that. We will just be incrementing every second. Now let's check on cleanup, clear interval. And now we are going to create effect. No, create effect. Console log n for now. Okay. Okay. Okay, that is working. Now let's start with 10. Okay, I need this. I need that. And let's put that in here. So that is not working. So I want to react to the application being removed. Okay, I can just refresh manually for now. Let's not waste time on that. Okay, so now we have our effect. Now let's build an object. Now I want to do something like this. Result is create memo. If n modulo 5. When it's divisible by 5, return an object that says by 5. And let's add the n here, n. Else we are going to return a new object that is not by 5 and will also return n. And now we are going to log the result. Yeah, so this is now called with every frame, but we don't really want that because we are actually not really looking at the n itself. So we need our condition. Conditional accessor. There we are going to add a condition. And when it's true, oh, I love you, we get the n. No, but now it's also recreated every time. So inside of here, our value to check is accessed. And the condition will return the value to check. Now this will return the n value. So this will, in here we have to put the condition. And only when the condition changes, is that right? So in the show component, if I want to access that value again, I can just re-access it. Yeah, so this is the default, is to not do this. And to do that, to check here, value is condition. And now we're going to return that. Return is not 0 and is not false. So now we have our boolean here. So only when the boolean changes, then we will do this. Then our memo will be re-triggered. Now we have our accessor of result A or result B. That looks good so far. So now I can say when true, then I want to rebuild an object where we have div by 5, n is n, like this. Ew. And when false, like this. Yeah, now it's divisible by 5. I think this is incorrect. If it's not, this means it's divisible by 5. Wait. Yeah, these are mixed up. When true, when false. So now we are only rebuilding the objects here when the condition changes. And to additionally trigger that result done, and we can just add that, and now our effect will trigger with every end change. Yeah, but the object itself is not recreated, it still has the same identity. Okay, that seems to be working. So now we can do this here. Oh God, where was I? I think this should be, is that correct syntax? No, it's not. Okay. So let's add the create memo here. Now we have our next group by, we have our remaining group bys, all good. And now we can say conditional accessor. The condition is next group by is defined. When false, we are going to return this, and items will just be the accessor. I could also pull the accessors in here right now. I think I will leave it as that. Yeah, let's leave it. And when true, what are we going to do then? In case this is true, then we are continuing our path. And doing this. But we are only doing this when the group by is definition is changing. Okay, so we are not allowed to pull that right now because we already have that. We can just do this. Can you even use a memo right here? So that when multiple columns have the default group by, then we don't have to rebuild or re-trigger that one. Like this. Okay, I think I have to fix these type errors now. I think that's okay for now. So what's your problem? Object is possibly undefined? No, it's not. I already checked that. Now we have our next group by function. Then we can get our remaining. No, we already have that, right? No. Like this. I think we can just add this up here, remaining group bys. This is because this is still valid. And now we are going to build some groups. So we are calling, we want create memo? Yes, we want to create memo. We are getting the next group by function. We already checked that. Now we are getting the items. Whenever the items change, that means we are rebuilding that one. And then we can, oops, call that one. Next is next group by. No, still not that. Oh god. So we're still in this build tree recursively, so we need the return thingy here and another here. No, first we need that. No, that's the wrong place. Oh god. That one. Then we need the other one and that one. Yeah, now we have a correct syntax again. Okay, so I don't think this is it yet. So now, whenever this is true, then we are building a memo for the next group by function. That's okay. So this will only retrigger when the group by function changes that is next. That's okay. Then we're creating another memo. That will change whenever the items array changes. I still want, but I only place items in this node, right? Yeah, because this will again create a lazy object only once. So we don't even need the memo right here, right? No, that one is definitely needed. Oh, I'm not even at the recursion yet, right? Yeah, this happens later. So now we are grouping the items. Okay, that's okay. We are grouping the items. So we are creating an object where all the items are in their respective group. This is okay. And now we want to build that one, the resulting object for this layer. Like this, where the path is set, the items are an accessor of items of that level, and the child nodes are an accessor as well. And now I have to now here we don't want to recreate these, because now with every call, wait, yeah, no, that's an accessor. Yeah, okay, so I could call that here, but we are not in a tracking context right now. So we could use a create memo here, so whenever the groups change, but they change all the time basically, but we only want them to change when the elements change. So we could use the key. So only when the key is changed, we could map array over the key. So that's the path string, the criteria on that level. That means for each key we always have the same elements. I think that's okay for now. Yeah, that's okay. So we can say map array and what do we need? We want Create memo. No, that's irrelevant. Is it? Let's do this. Like this. Now we have the group keys, and now we can map over the group keys. That's not directly something from Solid. That's something I built for use with Solid. How can I explain that best? Let's say I had a good example earlier, I think. So I wrote that function, and it's to make sure that the when true factory function and when false factory function is only called when the condition changes. So quick example. And set n is create signal. So we have this state that starts at 0. And now when we are not using this conditional accessor, but just use a create memo, result is create memo. Yeah, so we in our true and false cases, we still want to only call them once, so that we are only creating objects a single time. So let's say return title current number is even, divisible by 5. And here we are saying console.log rebuilding object. And now we are saying n modulo 5 is 0. And otherwise there's another object in there like this. Like this. Now this function has this map function has a dependency on n. So whenever n changes, this function is called and the objects are recreated. Yeah, we need to create root here just to make this work now. That, and now when I say set interval, set n plus 1, so every second we increment our value, then we are rebuilding the object with every frame. Create effect, console.log result. Of course I have to call that, like that. So now with every second, a new object is created, so this effect is triggered again. And Solid is all about keeping the identity of objects the same, so we are not recreating anything, not even the DOM nodes in the end. So this is the end goal. So I have to make sure that this function is only triggered. Oh, we can make that much easier. When we're doing it like that, create memo. Let's do it like this. And now this will only trigger when we are changing. And now I can say this. And now this should only be logged when it's changing. Not divisible by 5. Yeah, so it stays 5 seconds and not divisible 5. And then it's set to divisible again and not. Yeah, so we don't even need that function. We can just pull our condition out into a separate memo. And then you basically have the same thing. Yeah, so let's do that. Thanks for the question. This led us to remove this chunk of code. I like that. So now we are saying as next group by is create memo. Next group by when this is defined. Yes, we have an accessor that changes when it changes if we have a next group by. So now we can just replace that with create memo. Oh no. Like this. Like this. And now this create memo will only be called when this changes. So now I can return as next is as next group by. If not as next, then we are going to return that one where the items are still an accessor. So as long as that is not changing, this will not be triggering any updates, even if the items itself change. So then we can build our groups like this. We are using a create memo. There we build our groups. Then we are using the next group by function. Next group by. Create memo. Next group by. Group by, and we know that this is defined already because we checked if next is defined, and we know we only have to define groups. Then we have the context, and we have the next group by. So now the groups will be recreated whenever the next group by changes its identity. That's okay. Yeah, because we have to rebuild the groups. That's absolutely correct. And then we have our groups, and then we can return our resulting. Let's get the group keys. And now let's. What's your problem here? Okay, we're not done yet. What's your problem? That's your problem. And now we can return our object. Not that one. That one. Okay, so here we have the path, we have our items, that is an accessor, and now we are creating the child nodes. And this has to be a map array. Group keys. We get the key. And for each key, let's get the items is group keys by key. No, that has to be again a create memo. Like this. What are you? Key? Yeah, that's right. Groups. So there we have an okay, we can return that here because we know that we are going to return something. So here we get the items from this layer. And now we can call that one with the new items, with the context, with the remaining group bys. It's an accessory, yeah, that's correct. And the new path. I think this could be working. And now I have to change my type so that this one is an accessor. The child node itself is an accessor. Same thing. No, we are not using that right now. Oh god. So we still have a group node here where this has to be an accessor. But this is already an accessor. So we are not using those right now, right? Yeah. So what is our result currently? It's an accessor of... Oh, so this is not correctly returning thing. Line 28. Oh, I'm not calling that function. Items, context, group by columns. Yeah. Config dot group by columns. What's missing? The path is missing. Like this. Yeah, now it's working. Now that one is the only thing that's not working yet. So our result is either items accessor or undefined, or... Oh, here we have an accessor of an accessor. That's incorrect. Yeah, because build tree returns an accessor. So we can we trigger that accessor? Oh, I'm absolutely not sure if we can and should do this. Not too confident so far. Yeah, let's remove the flattened tree for now. Let's go to our grid context, where we build our item key. Here we are only calling build tree once. Can I do that? Yeah, I can do that. And like this. And now it should be working again, but now we have to check if our rebuilding stuff is working, and I'm not quite sure how we are going to do that. Let's first check if this is working. Context.derivations.item tree. So we get our items at a path where the items can change. So when I say on items and call that, okay, I should get all of my 1,000 items, 10,000 items. Okay, that is working so far. Now let's add a group level. context.group by group context.group by country. Let's check the item tree again. Now we get a new value because the group by changed. So this is a new object where we have child nodes. And now these child nodes, we want to look inside of those child nodes. Empty array. Oh no. Let's first remove some commented code. That is not really required anymore. Like this. Now, why are our child nodes not working correctly? Let's check something. Okay. Create effect. Oh, wait. This is currently called only once. Is that correct? Yeah, that's okay. Because only when I access the children, then we are not tracking context and can rebuild that. Right? So whenever the group by columns changes, then let's log out the path. So it's definitely called again with the path. But it's only called at one layer because I'm not accessing the next layer. Let's try that. So this one is not triggering again. Let's take a look at this. Group by country, nothing happens. Why is nothing happening? Because that one is not changing. Yeah, that's okay. So I will definitely always get into here, but I think I maybe always, no. So I'm not always leaving here because I definitely have the child nodes. Yeah, so here we have the leaf. Now we don't have the leaf anymore. So we are definitely getting over this line. So we're definitely recalling that. Wait. Now we have this console log here. Let's remove that. So we don't even get to this line. next group by. This is a column. What is this doing? Next group by, it gets the first thing from the group by columns. Oops. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so this is, I think, kind of stupid. Yeah, now it's true. So now we get here. So now we can use a debugger here. Now we only also logging here in this line. Okay. But it seems as nothing is logged. Let's log the groups here. We are getting the items. This is working. Oh, I'm not calling that one here. Damn it. Item tree. Now let's check the child nodes. And now we have child nodes where we have the path. That is working. And we have our items at that location. Now, how are we going to check if our things are changing their identity? So now I want to know if I add a group, then this first object here, this first layer object, should not change. So this first layer object here. The child node should change because now each child node has children by itself. You know, what if you could even improve this a bit by moving this one. Let's remove that. Because we're only needing that in here. And now we could move that to here, so that we're always creating this one correctly. So then adding a row, adding another grouping level would only really affect the newly created levels. So we somehow need to call map array conditionally. So we are saying create memo has next is has next group by if has next, if not has next. Then we are going to return items path no, then we are going to return undefined like this, because then we don't have child nodes when we don't have a next layer. Now these ones are not lazy. So these ones would be calculated in this case. Why is that not working? So we don't want to redo that and that. As next group by, then we are returning null. So our groups are either null or an accessor of objects. No, it's an accessor of either null or an object. And now this one is now then we return this like this. And now we can check here. Yeah, now because when we have next, then we just return undefined, and then we can add this one here because we know we have groups. We definitely know that we have groups. Okay. Yeah, so this is an accessor that might return undefined because we don't know yet if we have child nodes here, because that might change over time on a group row. Oh no, but now it's always undefined because the return is missing. Now we return either an accessor wait, well, this one we call So can we trigger that here? No, we don't want to do that. But we can trigger that. Now we should have... Yeah, okay. We always have child nodes, but we return either that or undefined. Okay. Now the group nodes should only be recreated when their group level is added for the first time. Now, how are we going to check that? Let's try that. Create effect. Tree is context dot derivations dot item tree. Log tree completely rebuilt. Now when I add a grouping stuff, I should not rebuild that. That's good. Yeah, that's perfect. Now I can check if our next layer was added. Tree dot child nodes. Now I'm reading the child nodes. Let's do that in another effect. Create effect. First layer changed. So that is not changing the first layer. Why? Yeah, okay. First layer returns undefined, and now I'm grouping, and now it still returns undefined. Okay, so this is not working yet. Why is that not working yet? So this is not triggering like at all. But why? This one should be changing. Oh, sorry. So why is that not triggering? Let's try that. Group by columns. Still empty. Still empty. So it's getting re-triggered here. It's a new array, but it's still an empty array. Context.state.group by column keys. There we have something. Derivations dot group by columns. This is empty. This is not working. Group by columns. It's getting the columns by key. And I'm reading the group by column keys, and then I map and oh, because I'm not grouping by the name. Yeah, now it's working. Now something is happening. Okay. Let's remove our console logs again. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. So first layer changed. Now group by country, and now the first layer changed, but not the tree. Now let's add the date of birth. Date of birth. Nothing happens. I have no console log for the second layer. Everything all right. Second layer changed. Child nodes. First one. Child nodes. Now we have to add memos here. Tree is create memo. You know what? Let's add a okay, through where to add it. Let's add it here. Create logging memo of type D. Get is an accessor. Like this. Return memo, and now I can do this. Tree changed. Context dot derivations dot item tree. on first layer is create logging memo. Whoops. First layer changed is 3. 3. Not child nodes. Second layer is create logging memo. Second layer is first layer. So 3 child nodes. Now I have my first layer of child nodes. Let's do it like that. Child nodes, and this is first layer, first child node, and this is then the second layer node, like this. Now we have our second layer, first layer child nodes. There I'm getting the first one. Second layer child nodes is create logging memo. And now let's do that one more time. Third layer. Like this. Okay, so we got our first layer changed and the rest is undefined. That's okay. So now when I group by country, I get a change for the second layer. But twice. Oh, let's remove those. Those are confusing. Okay, now I get each layer once. Now let's group by country. Now we get a second layer changed and a first layer child nodes. Yeah, because now we had the first layer child nodes. This is correct because now we are grouping by country. So we need a new set of child nodes. And the first child node on the second layer changed as well. I'm a bit confused about the order. But okay, so now when I do this again, nothing should happen. Now let's group by date of birth. Now only the second layer child nodes change because now on the second layer I only have 2 nodes. And the node on the third layer is changing. Okay, so that is working. And the identities only change. So now when I cannot remove from group bys. That should be easy again. So group by, place before can be a string. If I don't add anything, then I put it in the end. Remove from groups. Yeah, same with I don't have a hide column as well right now. Column key string, that should be quite easy because I'm just taking this and delete everything here. So let's group by country, let's group by date of birth, and now let's remove the date of birth grouping. Yeah, that's not touching the first layer. Okay, that's good. Now I have this tree where only the layers change where I'm adding stuff. And now I have to transform this tree into rows. So I have to flatten the tree. So that was what I added here earlier. And now again we want to maintain all identities. Flatten tree. And same thing, we are going to return an accessor and want to do everything lazily. We get a group node. And we are going to return an accessor of a list of nodes. No, wait, this is unique by the item, so whenever the item changes, the item can be recreated. That's okay. But the node, okay, that's fine. You know what, I think I'm going to add that up here. Yeah, then I have the spacing a bit better, I think. Okay. Accessor, and there we return a list of nodes. Do we need some kind of a... Yeah, let's do that. And let's add that. Then of course we have to add that here. What's your problem? Yeah, the type is missing. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Now that can return this, and function flatten tree recursively. Node group node. Not quite sure about the interface of that one, but it will definitely return an accessor of a node array. And now we will just return flatten tree recursively node. But I think this will be an accessor. Of course. Like this. Okay, now, how are we going to flatten that? So first of all, every time the node changes, return create memo. We want to return a new list where the node is in here, the new node, or an accessor for the node. So I could defer that. No, I want to have a flat list, so I want to do it like that. So the first one, yeah, that could be an accessor, but the others should not be accessors. It should just be the values. Okay, so now I can do child nodes. But now I want to map those child nodes with flattened tree, but only if that one is not a group node but a node. And now I want to check n is equal to node if n dot type is no, it can only be group nodes. But we can get the child nodes. And we get the child nodes like this. And if this is undefined, if not child nodes, then we're going to return a list with n. Otherwise, we are, it's a new list every time the node or the child node changes. That's okay, but the item is still the same identity. Otherwise, oh no, now I can't use map array here, because this is running every time the child node changes, and I don't want to do that. So I have to do it like this. Map array, is that correct? And there we are going to do node and node.child nodes. Okay, 1 second. Expanded items is create memo node and node.child nodes. That will be spread it in here like this. Create memo node.child nodes or an empty list. Whenever the node or the child node changes, whenever the node changes, we return a new empty list. That's okay. Now we can spread the child nodes in here, like that. Is create memo. Let's really keep those down. So our expanded nodes, here we already have that with all nodes. Now we can pass that to map array. Sorry. And now for every element, will be the group node. That's okay. Now we want to flatten something. Oh, damn it. And this is not a flat map. No. No, I need a version of that that supports a flat map. Hmm. Because now I need to map every child node. I only need to add that here. Yeah, now I have a list. I have an accessor of a list of accessors of items. Yeah, but that doesn't work any other way. So I definitely have to, whenever something about this node changes, I have to rebuild everything. I just want to just want to omit redefining things. So I just need for the items there, the child nodes, I can just leave them. I just need for the items to create the correct item nodes. That means I can just say you want to spread or push. I think I will push that. Return create memo. List is my node list. Don't do that here. Let's do that here. And now problem. Okay, that's a list of the item. And now I want to flatten that the node. I'm just going through the array and I'm pulling all the pieces in, and every time some of those child nodes change, you just have to rebuild the list. But the child node, if they don't change, it's the other child nodes that didn't change will just remain their identity, but I have a new list. That's okay. So now we are just going to, let's say we have a node, and that is an accessor, and we have a list. That is our node, the item list. And in here we are just going to say, let's return our list. Here we are just going to say list.push node. Node list.push n, and for const n of n dot child nodes, or empty array. No. Children is not child nodes. If children for const child of children list dot flatten tree recursively child list. Let's do it like that. Then we can skip creating a bunch of functions. Node. Now we can just call flatten tree recursively. Wait, not like that. Node. And an empty array. So whenever something in our node changes inside of our tree, we are rebuilding the list, but then the list will always have the same items. So our rows will not be recreated. Now we can go to our grid context, go to the derivations, item tree, flat tree is flatten tree is $.item tree. And now we have our flat tree. Let's go back to the app. No, create effect log context item derivations item flat tree. Yeah, so this isn't working. Context or derivation dot flat tree 0 dot child nodes. Oh, I'm not creating the if when it has children, then we need to do this, and otherwise we need item rows. Ooh. And now this creation of item rows that has to be a map array. But I can do it. No, I can't, because it is dependent on the path. But it really isn't. So the path is allowed to change on an item. Or at least we should build it like that, so that the path is allowed to change for an item. So I could get all items and create some rows for that. Then I could go through the tree and build up the paths. So in here I could say, so whenever we flatten the tree, when you get a new tree, then we get a new list of items, and we could create a new mapping of paths by items. Yeah, that's okay, that's good. So all items is create memo. Okay, that is easy, because this is just node dot items. Here we have a list of all items. Then we need to build a list of all paths. Will there be duplicated paths? No, there won't. So I want to have a mapping of for each item I want its path. So I have to go through the tree, search for an item, and retrieve its path. Path by item. This will be a lookup map. Path by item is new map, string array, no, item, the item, and string array. So I can now wait. Let's just do this. Return path by item without actually building that. So now we have a lookup map, and we always get the path by their item. Then we can nodes. Item nodes is map array. And there we get all items. And now we're going to build this. Come on. Item, path will be path by item dot get item. And the type is item node. Then I have my item nodes. And then we are going through the tree. And we need to add the item nodes by item again. item is create memo. Item node by item is new map t item node t item like this. We can just return that for now. And now I can go through the through here and return node.items.map item node by item dot get item. Cool. Let's add that here. Let's do this, and now I can just use this and add this and add this. And then I'm returning the list of all reused items. Yeah, because then I won't be recreating any item stuff that doesn't have to be recreated. So now I only have to build this one. I think I will build a helper for that. Function. So this is the parent path that I'm going to put there. So this is easy. This is just for const node of item nodes, item node by item dot set node dot item node. Oh no, each item can be twice in the list. Oh no. So when I'm grouping by country, for example, and an item has a person has two countries, then this item will be twice in the grid. So the item is not what identifies the placement, but it's the item in combination with its path. And that means whenever I change something about the groups, I will have to recreate each item. Yeah, that's not, but we really have to do that, because let's say we have editors in there. And now I only have 10 elements, but one element is in two groups. And then I add this group, and then this element is visible twice. And now the editor, so now the element cannot exist twice, because in the DOM it will only exist once. So I can just, anytime the path and an item changes, I can have a combination. So whenever the position in the grid changes, whenever anything about the groups is changing, then I have to rebuild the items. So I can just skip all that up here. can do this, and then create memo. I can remove this. Then I can remove this. And now I can create the item node here. Path is node.path. And item is item. So now what's your problem? Is that your problem? No. Ah, that is the problem. So I'm a bit disappointed about that. Because we basically had it. It would have been working that when we add groups, we are not recreating any row objects right here. So now let's think, is that still worth it? We are still saving on the group rows because the group rows can only exist once. And that also means that this might be a place where we store calculations, because then we don't have to store aggregations somewhere globally, because the objects will stay the same. So sometimes we don't even have to recalculate, we rebuild the calculations. So this is still okay. So now I can, let me see. Now we have this flattened tree, and now let's, wait, the group nodes are missing, right? Yeah. Why is there no group node? I guess I forgot that one. No, I'm pushing that in the list. Oh, no, here. List.push this. Item nodes. Let's remove that and move. Oh no. I fucking hate this. Yeah, like this. Okay. Then maybe like this. Yeah, now I have 10,001 because the first one is the group node. And then for aggregations, I can go bottom to top through the tree and build up aggregations for that one. Okay, so we are going to mutate the objects then, or you see, maybe that will just go into the building stuff. Okay, so now we have this flat tree, but now when we add the group by country, and yeah, then we have more, because now we have a row for the all row, then the first country, and then somewhere will be the group node for the second country. So now I think the sorting will need to go in here somewhere in the flattened tree, I think. No, I think we will build the sort in here, because then we only have to do it incrementally. when we regroup, when we change the groups, yeah, I think we will do that like that the children are already sorted in the groups. Okay, that means we can now change the grid so that it's not displaying the rows right here, but the context dot. Do we have the context? Props dot con. No. Item and data rows. Let's call it that. Here also we have an additional map array here. So maybe we should. Maybe in here we should already use the correct row types from the row. I think that would be good. So we have an item row where the path is a string array, and we have a type group row, and we have items, the item array. This, and we have a path which is a string like this. Import type group row. The item is extract row item type group row. Like this, and now we can go into the groups, remove that, type data row is either a group row, the item, or a header row. No. Item row, the item, like this. Now let's remove ew. So we have to map them again. Okay, so we can leave that, and in here we can add a map array. So in here we can get to the flat tree, and then we have a node, and then we can return a data row where we will just do if node dot type when it's a group node, when it's a group node we are going to return item. No, that's not correct. Type group row items is node dot items, and the path is node dot path. Like this. Am I allowed to do this? No, I am not. So in here we have to do this. Oops. Like this. Now we can add the default assert never node. Man. Yeah, now we have the item node remaining. item row, item is not item, and path is not path. Okay, so now we have our data rows, and now we can do this. Now we have all of our rows, and now here we have the next compile error where we can say case group row. Now the question is a group row the same height as the data row? I think so too. So we are going to do this. And now we should have a couple compile errors left. Yeah, here, perfect. So we can just add a new case, group row, return item cells in here, right? This, then we can return this, and will for now just return group cell. We can go here and say group cell this. Now we have our all group right here. Now let's group by country. Now we have our country group. And here we have the next group for Tunisia, etc. And currently we are still sorted by ID. So the grouping does not kill our sorting stuff. Now let's add another grouping thing for date of birth. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. Group by date of birth, and now we have the next group for the date of birth, for the old people and the young people. So these are the young ones. Now here in that group we have some, now there are the old people from Senegal. Okay. So now I have to improve the rendering of the groups, and let's add this one for now to check what's happening there. So right now, let's see, we have 90 cells, and now I'm adding to the groups date of birth, and now I am creating 90 cells, 90 new cells. But now let's group by country. But but the groups won't be recreated, but these cells here will be recreated because those could be appearing twice. So we have to rebuild them. Okay, I'm fine with that. So now we have the grouping there, and now we want to display the groups. So let's go to our column template, and let's go to here and say return a displayable primitive value from the group row. Value from group row. Group row, the item, and this one will be the same, because now we can go into the cell and determine the context. So here it's the same thing that we need. that we need a second component, so where you could define the item. So let's move that. Value from group row. Now let's add the group row component. Group row component, the one that will be rendered for each cell of a group row. Defaults to value from group row. Like this. Now we can have those two as defaults. So value from group row is still optional, but that one won't be optional. Or, yeah, no, that won't be optional. That will make it a lot easier for us. So now we can go here, and now the group row is missing. And what is this returning? And this can just return the default render. Content, template, value from group row, props. Like this, like this. Now we have the group row. Let's remove that, we don't need that anymore. Now we can go into our cell and group cell. Yeah, now we're going to render that one. Props.column.group row. Row is props.row. Template, context. Where do we get the context from? Here we get the context from. Like that. Now we have our group rows, like here, perfect. And now we could add a new column, where we will provide a default for that. Key title. Value from item will just be props item. Yeah, I think the name is the most important part. What else? We don't want any group by for this. We want the sorting we want to occur, but we want to value from item we all got. Yeah, but value from group row. And now we are going to do props dot row dot path last and we have the all column. And we are going to prefix that. Yeah, let's do that later. Now we have an all column. That one definitely will be frozen on the left. On the left. Now we have our all column. Now let's add the date of birth. Now we have the pretty old people. Of course, this will need to move in a bit. those are okay. Of course, those are more or less half the people. But now let's add the column, and now we have the oops. Maybe let's group by country first. Now we have Senegal people, and in there we have the old people, and somewhere down here we have the young people within Senegal. So this is working. And now we just need a renderer for the title where we can render the checkboxes and add path expansion. So let's just commit that for now. Add first grouping infrastructure. Let's take a look at the, oh, I closed that. No, I didn't. Here. So grouping, aggregations, and filters. So what we are definitely going to do today in the last 2 hours is we are going to add the default renderer for the groups. We are adding sorting to the groups. This will be very, very easy. And we are going to add the logic for aggregations, which will be this will be a bit harder, but the logic for filters again will be very, very easy. And we will do one thing. Well, let's maybe first add the toggle group expansion. We will do that. We will definitely do that next. After the rendering title renderer, because then we can really work with that, and then we have to decide if we want to display the all row or not. This may be a flag that you can provide to the grid itself, but I'm not quite sure yet. Okay, so I think we schedule another quick break, and then I will see you all in a couple of minutes, and when we are going to do the last pieces of work for today, and then we are having, I think, more or less the whole base setup of the grid ready. And see you soon. Okay. Now, as previously mentioned, what you want to do next is we want to add helpers for the title column. First, we are going to add, next to the string renderer, we're going to add a title renderer. This will basically be the same thing as this. This will get the row, the data row, title renderer, data row, the item, content, and in here we can how are we going to do this? So by default we could use the, so we need the whole row, but we also need a way to access the value from the item itself directly. But this is not really a problem, is it? We want to return the title renderer and we want to pass in a function to get the title from an item. Title from item. Title from item, yeah, let's do that. The function that's called with the item. And this will return a JSX element. So I feel we have a bit of a cycle in there. So we want on our app, here we want to say we have this value from item that's already defined, and additionally we want to have we want the item prop to use the string, the title renderer, and the group prop to also use the title renderer. And then we get all props. This, no wait, like this, no, something is still missing. Oh yeah, that is too much, that is too much, that is too much. Yeah, now it's correct. So, but what we won't get the item in any case. We get either the item or the row. Either the item, or the row, group row, the item. Okay. So in case of the group, is create memo props dot row in props. Content is create memo if is group. Like this. Let's do it like this. So now we have our row, and then we can return. Oh no, when for the item, we need the depth so that it can be indented far enough. So we don't need that. We need the row. And this is the data row. The item like this. Cons indentation is create memo. Props or row type is row path length. Indentation level is props.row path length plus props.row type is okay. Why is that not working? Group row 0, but another level, and now we can let's do it like that. Level return like this. Now we have the indentation. Now we can do here, you know what? I'm not quite sure how you're supposed to do that. Level is level. And now we want to use, then we can define the content, content. If props.row type is, if it's a group row, the content will just be let's see what they are doing here. No, where here group by. Okay, so with this, so they are just rendering the SMO collapse all. No, we can't. No, I don't want a group with many groups with few items, but few groups with large items like this one. Group by. rating as well. So this is interesting. They're just taking from the column that is grouped by, they're taking the content from there. This is actually a great idea. Oh no, but how? If you have a renderer for the item, then you're getting the, so you can just call the renderer of the item with one single item because you have a group already. That's so cool. That's really great. So inside of the title renderer, we can take I don't know, where do I get the group column from? So I need to get access to the currently grouped column. You know what, let's just do this test for now and use the title renderer. So the rendered item. Yeah, so this is just, take a look at the source code here. Okay. This is also cool that you can pass in the defaults. So this is really, there you can see how much customization goes into that. Basically every behavior, that every decision that is made within the component is customizable through one of those arguments. Yeah, so you can take the key. The group order can be customized. They have a bunch of events. How about styles for the Excel solution? Wow. has the grid actually initialized? Somewhere there has to be some kind of create grid or build grid or whatever. So let's see, we have these desktop default columns. Oops. So this is used here, default column, so we have default columns used. Yeah. So this is using default columns, now we have that used. In create columns, where's that used? In create data. In refresh grid. Ah, here. What? Colors, where's that used? Ah, okay, here, set column defs and set row defs. Okay. In the setting, I guess some other options as well. Okay, so just rendering the content is definitely, I think, a good idea. So now I can say on the item, I can't use the title renderer yet because I don't have access to the row. So we need another component, item row. Maybe I think we are going to remove that one. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. Row, item row, t item. Let's do it like this. Good. Oh, no, I have to adjust the other place as well, of course. So here and here. That's a bit better. Like this. What? So now I need a new object, pass in all the props, but also the item, which is props.row.item. Yeah, like that. Now this is working again. Now on the item, I can just say title renderer. And we are saying on the group row, we're going to say title renderer as well. But we are going to change that to only be group. Now, column template. Line 160. Props row.item. We just still have here. Like this. Like this. Okay, now we have our testing here. That's great. And now we can check out this. Go into the styles, copy the string renderer for now. So that this is working. Now let's see if our CSS variables are working. Native code. Okay, let's try this. So this is the wrong, yeah, here. Yeah, level 1, perfect. So now I can go into the title renderer and say padding left is calc var level times 20 pixels, I don't know. It's looking good. But I think we are going to remove one level, right? Let's group a bit now. Okay, so that is not working. Level 1. Level 1. Everything level 1, that's not correct. Yeah, we need that one. Yeah, now we have grouping inside of our grid. But of course, let's say here 0.5 rem plus that one. Now we can group by date of birth. Now we can group by country. And now we can directly recognize our groups. Now we need to add the renderer itself. So for the now I need to find out which column is currently grouped by on this row. I feel like I should make a switch case in here to make it easier. Item, title, renderer. Let's just do that. Item title renderer, where we have an item row. Yeah, I think it's good to have that. Item group title row. With a group row. Like this. And now we are going to do this show when props.row.type is group row. Then we are going to do a group title row. No, this is not working again because I need this. And as a fallback, we are using the item title row. Item title renderer, of course. this. Yeah, now we have groups and items. Perfect. Now let's go into our group renderer, and now let's figure out group by. How can we figure out on what group we are currently, on what group level we are? Yeah, we know the level. Okay. Grouping, matching, grouping column key is, let's get the context first. Is use grid context, t item, and this is context dot state dot group by column keys. And we need the level -1, I think. -1. Now let's try to render that. Yeah, this is the country group, this is the all group. Okay, yeah, that's the all group. Now let's group by date of birth. Now we have the date of birth group. Perfect. Now let's do this const matching grouping column is context dot derivations dot columns by key, matching grouping column key. Like this. And now when we can do a show, this is of course a simple lookup function. So when we have a matching grouping column, then we are going to render dynamic component is matching grouping column dot item context is props. Oh, I already have the context here, don't even need that. Props to context, props to context, like this, like this. Now we need the row, this is props dot, no. Now I need to get an item row. So I cannot really get the real path, but I think that's not so much of a problem. This will just be props.row.items first. I have to call that, I think. Yeah, perfect. That will always be defined because we don't have any groups without items. Let's say the path is that and this is that. Now what's still missing? The template is missing. This is the matching column, grouping column, that one. That one. Great. Now I'm rendering exactly the same thing as is rendered here. But with our indentation. Perfect. Now for the all part, we need a fallback. Fallback will just be all. Great. So we don't need that one, I think. We only need that one for the all case. Yeah, because now some width stuff is not working. And you have the string renderer. Let's take a look at that one. Okay. The string renderer needs specific width 100%. Yeah, now this is working. Okay, these are still working. Now my groups are working. The all is still working, okay, as well. Yeah, perfect. This one is too, no, it's not too large, perfect. And now we need, yeah, we can then add the checkbox, but now first let's add the item renderer. And there we are going to render the item inside of a string renderer. So we're just going to render the string renderer, I think. String renderer. No, default renderer. We are going to use the default renderer. That's better. And the content is props dot template value from item props. Props and item is props dot row dot item. Like this. Yeah, perfect. Now I can remove the name column because I don't need that anymore. And now let's see here, column width, oops, column width 100, let's say 200, I think. Oh no, that's not enough. 300. Yeah, that's better. And now I think we are going to add another prop for the, if you want to display the all row. And we are going to do that on the grid context. Right here, because we need that as an input. Show all row. Let's do that as an accessor. I think that might be good. And now within our, where are we going to do that? Now that will be an optional field. And now we can go to the grid itself. We are taking the flat tree. Then we are getting the data rows. We could add another splice there. We need another filter or splice. We need to edit this resulting array that's coming out of here. Or we're going to do that in the flat tree. Here, flat tree. Flatten tree. This dot input dot show all row. Include root boolean. This, and now we're just saying if include root, then we are going to do this, and on the recursion right here we are always saying true. Now the default, I need to change the padding as well here. Is props dot context dot input dot show all row. Like this. Return row like this. Same thing on the items. Like this. And it's not working. If show all row is defined, then we don't want to change it, otherwise we want to remove one. Same thing here. If this is defined, then yeah, now it's working perfect. Oh, now we have a double padding there. So we don't need to add a base padding here. This has to be go away. But now I think the all column is misplaced. But let's group first, date of birth. Ew. Ew. This, no, let's add a group, yeah. So what's going on here? Oh no, I know what's going on here. I'm using the level as a lookup for the group here. No, we don't need to create memo here. this. Now we have our show root indentation offset and can use that just here, like this. And same thing in the item title renderer. Like this. Okay, this is still not working. So we are calling, and the first level will be false. So the resulting list will not include the root row. So what's your fucking problem? So far we are not including this. Now in the next level we are including it. So we are including the proper rows. Wait a minute. Is the problem only with the display? In our group title renderer. Oh yeah, I didn't remove that. Yeah, now we have the country, now we have the date of birth. This is perfect. And now let's try the root row again. True. Yeah, and here the indentation is not yet correct. Where's my all item renderer? Group title renderer. Fallback all, and the fallback will just be the default renderer with the content all. Like this. Let's make that one self-closing as well. Yeah, now all is working properly. And wait, how are they calling this row? Group. Ooh, expand all. This is cool. So auto size is also a really cool feature. So what's the difference here? That's cool. That's weird. I can include and hide rows here as well. Okay. So now this is working. So wait, at the moment I cannot really configure the size of these rows right here. So this should I think be something that we are pulling out to the props of the component. header height number, group row height number, item row height number. These are all optional. That's something that we only want to do on the grid. Yeah, we can only do that on the grid. Or do we want to pull all configuration out here so that we have to define that here? I think we're going to do that. Yeah, the data grid doesn't need anything else really. So the data grid could even pull the context via, let's just do that. Let's just do this, remove that. Let's do that. And now let's move those out from here. No, we don't need that. No, we don't need that. We don't need that. It doesn't even matter. Can do unknown. Now we can remove that. Then we can move these options into build context. Ew. Yeah, this is the context input in here. Like this. Because now we can go here and tell them that the header height is 80 pixels. And now we have to use them inside of our grid component. We were just going to do context dot input dot header height 40. I think it was a bit larger. 50. Don't know. Yeah, so now my header is much larger. Don't know why I would want that, but maybe this is something that I like to do in my application. Okay, now let's remove the all row because that one is not really my kind of thing. Then let's add the possibility to pass in an initial state. This is something that I want to do. Ooh, and this will be a deep partial. No, it's just a partial. Let's do a partial. Data grid context T item state. And now in init state. No, in yeah, we can just use initial state. Right here, build store. Yeah, and this can just use this dot input dot initial state. Come on. Kind of spiky. Ew. Here, of course, there's a circle there. Can I do this? Partial. Yeah, because here I'm using the initial state. So now it's working. Now we don't really have autocomplete, but that's not too bad. Also, we could just do it like this. We can just spread in the init state. Oh, now that the inference is no longer working again, of course. But we can do it like this. This is that. Object.assign state init state. Yeah, now we have this, and now I can say here on the in our build context, there I can say initial state, group by column keys. Not title, country, and date of birth. Or I could do, let's do that. Yeah, now I can reload the grid and have the groups there by default. Okay. Now that the grouping, oh no, the expansion is not there yet. So when we don't have any groups, let's expand all. This is interesting that they have some kind of ordering stuff. So let's go in here. And let's add no, not in the item renderer, but in here we have to add an additional level if they are groups, but we can do that later. Let's go in here and add, let's first do an emoji. I could build an inline SVG, but for now let's just do this. Like this. But in the other direction, like this, I mean. But this of course has to be a button, right? Please group. Yeah, this is a button without any background. Why is the padding not working? Oh, because the first level has no padding on the left, so the this one has to bring its own padding. Class CSS title renderer expansion toggle, and in here we are going to have a button. This is the button toggle container, and in here we have a class CSS this is the toggle, this for now. Now let's style that a bit. So this is the last thing regarding the UI that we were going to do today. After that, we're just going to add the filters and the sorting stuff for the groups, which I think will be quite easy. But we will see, because I think I said that quite often so far. Title. You know what? I can nest that. Toggle container like this. And expand toggle like this. This needs a padding left of 0.5. And this needs a background none, border none, like this. But I think we should. So definitely we need the cursor pointer. I really hate how this is not the browser default. Cursor pointer. And now we can change the color on hover. Yeah, so this is something where we just need the nesting. Where we say color. Let's just make it blue, I guess. And it's not working. Why is it not working? Because of that. Maybe we are going to increase the padding a bit here. Still quite small, but it's too high. So let's say that run rem. I think no, it's too large, right? So on the left, we can just swallow that one and have that in here. Top right, bottom left. Okay, no, that's not what I wanted. Now it's flush with that one, but it's not looking like it's flush with that one. Yeah, let's do that. Top right, bottom left. Yeah, no, let's remove that a bit. Yeah, I think that's good. And now we need to indent the items a bit more. So we actually we don't even need the container, so we are going to remove that. Perfect. Now let's get to the item title renderer. And now when an item is within the group, it needs another level. So this level can never, no, so plus path length longer than 0, then add just one, okay, like this. Let's remove the columns, context, or remove from groups, date of birth. Now let's remove the country. Yeah, perfect. This is good. And now I can add the expansion state. So let's go to our context in our build store. And now we are saying expanded paths. And this will be an object of true, I think, because we will just add paths that are expanded or collapsed. Is the default that a row is collapsed or that a row is expanded? I think the default will be that it's collapsed. So we're going to do that. So we are going to do the following. Inside of our flatten function. Yeah, only inside of it, because we have to build the tree for to have the groupings and aggregations and stuff. And now inside of our flatten function, we need an accessor. Expanded paths is an accessor object of true. Oops. We could also use a set, but a set is harder to serialize, so we're just using an object. So we have our expanded paths, and now so if we are not including the root, then we want to be expanded. So we're going like this. You know what? That one will go in here. Object of true. And now we're going to say the expanded path is expanded is, wait, let's just define something right here. Export function path key from path string array, return path join with slashes in there. And now here expanded paths like this. And now the path is expanded. Sorry. If we don't include the root, then we have to expand it, because then this whole element is gone. So that will handle the all case, that the all will always be expanded. No. Yeah, when we don't have an all row, then the all group will always be expanded and will be visible. Or props dot expanded paths. We're using the in operator, and we're going to say path key from path node dot path. Now we're calling this on every change and always creating new strings. Let's not do that. Let's go in here where we create the paths. And let's add here a path key is path. here. String. String. Expanded path. Node dot path key. Node dot path. So what is your problem? You. Like this. Now we need to go here and we are going to say this dot state dot expanded path, like this. But wait, there's something missing. There was a place where we built a row, but we already used the spread operator to help build a row. No, we didn't. So somewhere we did this. No, we did this. Here. Here. Because the row itself does not have the path. Okay, we have to fix that. Do we? No, I don't think we have to fix that. We can leave this as is. Okay. And now, why is that? Okay, because I'm still always expanding. I'm not using this. Because if this is not expanded, return list. Now our groups will always be there, and now I can, where's my context? Context. Now we're going to the methods, group by, remove from groups, toggle path expansion. Toggle row expansion, I think. Yeah, let's do it like this. Key is row dot path key from path. If path key is on update store draft, if path key in draft, then delete draft path key. In expanded paths like this, expanded path delete like this, else draft on expanded paths path key equal to true. So now we can toggle the path expansion. And let's add a function in our derivations. Yeah, no, I think we're going to do that here. If path expanded, row expanded, row group, row item. Return this dot state dot expanded path in that one. Boolean. Now we can go in here, go into our group title renderer. Is expanded is props dot context. Okay. Read memo. We are doing a lookup there every time, but we're not recreating anything. We're not reading. It's okay. Props dot content is expanded. Context is row expanded. Props dot row. And now we are saying if it's expanded, then we're going to render that, and otherwise we're going to render that. Whoops. Like this. Of course we need the onClick here. OnClick, which is a function, and this will be context toggle row expansion props.row, like this. And now we can expand rows. I think we should give the bottom a fixed width. What is that? You. Like this. Yeah, okay, that's it. Yo, why is the overflow no longer working? Yeah, this has width 100%, is it? No, it hasn't. Okay, no, we don't need that. This is funny. Because I think we need. No, we have both sides in border box. Is that not inherited? So we have 250 there. Minus 40 is 210. But here we are 250. Yeah, because that is not shrinking. Why is that not shrinking? Yeah, I could add flex. No, auto. Right. No, I can't. So it's still not shrinking. Why is that? Is that even a flex box? Yeah, it is a flex box. Why are my styles not working? So that one has overflow hidden. Does that one need overflow hidden as well? Yeah, it does. The string renderer. I guess that one as well. Now that is working. Great, excellent. So now I can expand paths, but this expansion toggle is definitely not. But we can clean that up, I think. Yeah, I think we will do some cleanup tomorrow. I'm afraid that we are not going to be able to add all your user interfaces for ordering columns and the header menu and stuff like that. But at least the logic part is working for now. This is no longer working anymore because I increased the size of the button. Yeah, so really is kind of large. So this is definitely not yet enough. But I don't want to make that smaller. So I just need to increase the, maybe I can just add a +2 if we are in our item renderer. Let's add 2 here. And now we can increase the size of our button. Yeah, we can now re-increase the size of the button. Yeah, I think that's working now. Yeah, that's still working with the expansion of rows. Yeah, and right now when let's expand those. Yeah, only 4 cells are rebuilt. And those exactly those here, these cells, and all the other ones are retained. But the item cells will all be rebuilt whenever I expand, right? $46. No, there are not many. But those are all of them, I think. And why? Why is that? Yeah, why is that? So theoretically, wait, let's just in our cell, do we have the content here? No, we don't. Groups. Flatten tree recursively. So in here, whenever we change the expanded stuff, we don't create any group rows because the item rows are only created in the flattening process. So should we could move that here. Maybe we should do that here. So we are going to add that item. It's just in the lowest level where we have the item. No, where we don't have children. Then we want to take the items and transform them into item nodes. So I could, in theory, yeah, then I could just add the item nodes directly here. So yeah, this returns a group node, that's okay. But a group node has within itself somewhere here, it should have item nodes, right? No, it should have nodes there. Nodes, yeah, the child nodes does not exist. So how can I do that? I want to create the item nodes here. We could add the item nodes here. So child nodes. Then I don't really know if this is the last group node. Is that important? It is, because on a group, the aggregations will always be there, possibly, while on an item, the aggregations won't be there. So it is useful to reuse the to differentiate between group nodes and child nodes. So on these child nodes, it is worthwhile to only have child group nodes. Is it? They have items, undefined, or a list of group nodes. And now I could also place a list of items. No, let's just do that. So this is just a list of nodes here, like that. So now I don't want to return undefined, but I want to return map array. Node. Do I have the node right here? No, it's just the items. What's your fucking problem? So here we want to return a list of data nodes. Like this. Like this. And now, okay, I can just add that here as well, of course. Like this. Like this, of course. And now we have a type, which is an item node. We have an item, which is the item. We have a path, which is the path. Yeah. And we have the path key, which is path key from path. So both of these things are returning map arrays. But that map array is called directly, like this. Do we care about map array then? Wait, let's just first check if this is working. Yeah, of course I changed lots and lots of things. So in our flattened tree, we are getting a in the first level we are getting the node like this. And now I can check if I have child nodes on there. So the children are child nodes in node and node.child nodes. And now I can say the item nodes. No, I don't need that anymore, because I can then in this case I definitely have wait, let me check that. So a node, a group node always has child nodes, but an item node has an item. So I can just check the type of the node. That's better. So the item nodes is here. when it's a group node, then we always go through node.child nodes, like this, and we flatten them recursively. Right. So let's remove that. And in this case, when we are on an item node, then we are just going to push that item item in here. We're calling flatten again. We are going to include that node. Sometimes it's not expanded. If include root, no, we are putting it in there twice. Yeah, because when it's an item row, then we want to include it. Yeah, so this should be working again. So this is working, and now let's go to the end of that list here, and let's expand that one. Yeah, only 10 cells, only those one at the bottom. And when I close that, then these cells here in those two rows. Yeah, perfect. Alright, because they are moved up. If you do that at the bottom, like this, yeah, then we're not recreating anything. Just like this. Yeah, then we're recreating what's somewhere at the top. Okay, cool. Even more performance for us for free. Ooh, now we don't really have much time left, but the grouping is done for now. Add simple grouping UI. What I want to do now is I want to fix the sort stuff for the, because now let's see. Within our app, I have this value from item. Yeah, so this will just be used for sorting. No, this is, nothing is happening, right? Oh no, they're then sorting by this column. Yeah, so this should be basically the same as when I'm grouping by country. No, that's not what I wanted. Sort by column, country, ascending. Yeah, this is not doing anything right now because I'm not including the sort in the group stuff. Is that right? If I go through the items one by one, I should get a sorted list of groups, right? Let's remove the date of birth from the default state for a second. Let's remove that from the default state for a second and see if this is working. No, the sorting is not working now. But why? But why? Context, not derivation, not sorted items. So the sorting is just absolutely not working anymore. Why is that? Let's see. Sorted items. Then it's just returning the items, and the items are no longer, no, the items are used, right? So the flat tree is using the item tree. The item tree is using the sorted items, and the sorted items are using input.items. Column key undefined. Ooh, yeah, let's change that to just be the column key. So all functions are just taking the column key. So the sort column will also only take the column key. String. Column is this dot derivations dot columns by key. Column key. If not column, return. Otherwise, let's just use that one. Can we remove these line breaks here? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, but I don't really need to remove those ones. Yeah, like that. So now let's sort by country. Yeah, now this is working again. Now let's see if it should be working after the grouping as well, I think. But I'm completely rebuilding all groups on sort, which is not really required. Yeah, so this is already working. But I just recognized. Yeah, we can just sort by the title, and this should also just be working, right? No, why is it not? Ah, because it's sorting by name, of course, because it's sorting the items. Wait, is that sorted? No, that's not sorted. That's sorted by the groups. That's weird. So because it's always sorting the items, I have to sort by date of birth to get the groups sorted by date of birth. Or by title should always sort each level. Yeah, so right now the group rows are not sorted directly. Okay, I think I will think about that until tomorrow, and then we're going to build that tomorrow, because when I look at the clock, it's already time to call it a day. Let's try if this is still working with the all row. True. Now again, it's bundle. Yeah, perfect. I can still sort by country. Yeah, that's working great. I need to sort by date of birth, ascending date of birth. Yeah, so these should really not change. This should only affect these rows in here. The groups are all affected as well. No, this is not displaying the correct thing. This should display the key. But then we cannot take the same display as the cells itself. Damn it. Yeah, I'm just taking the first one here to render this, but that's of course not correct. So in here, I am not allowed to render this, but I have to render a default renderer with the returned key. And the content will be last props.row.path. Yeah, I have to do it like that. Because you're just, how often are you doing that you're not just grouping by the values that you can see here? I think we are just using a groupable flag. And then you have to add a column like this. Age group. There you're just going to do that. And then this will just be a groupable flag. And then this isn't even the default, and I can remove the default group by. Okay, let's do that. I think we're going to do that. Groupable. Boolean. But inside of our column template, this will not be optional. But in here, this will be optional. Like this. Groupable false, like this. Now, groupable true. Groupable true. Groupable true. Like this. Then let's go here. So we have group by columns, all columns that are groupable. Like this. And now we are just going to use menu from item. And this one is not used anywhere, I think. Final references. Yeah, that's not used. Perfect. Ew. This is no longer indented enough. But let's just group by date of birth. And it's not doing anything. Do we have any type errors left? No. I really can't leave that hanging for now. Context dot state dot group by column keys. So this is working. Context dot derivation dot group by columns. This is not working. Group by columns here. In the column key, we are getting the columns from that key, and then we're getting the groupable. Did I add the groupable? No, I did not. Yes, I did. But in the column template, I add the incorrect default. Definition, boom, groupable or false. Yeah, now this is working. What did that just change? Oh yeah, so that we have the default grouping. Yeah, so now we are just grouping by date. So you have, of course have many groups in there. But now grouping by date is maybe not that useful. But now let's group by age group. Ilk. Like that. Yeah. And now this is displaying exactly the same thing as it's displayed here. Cool. Okay. Then I think we are calling this a day. So again, we are getting more and more delayed. So day 5, what do we have to do? We have to add logic for filters and aggregations and fix up sort logic, because I think we have to define differentiate between sorting rows and sorting groups, items and groups. But this is something that we have to take a look at tomorrow. And then we will have to see if the header menu is still something that we can start with. But I'm really quite happy with the performance side of things. So this should still be working. Yeah, perfect. So I'm really still quite happy with that. Oh no. Yeah, okay. Because I'm refetching data. The groups are changing, of course. Okay, all good. Was kind of shocked for what is that? Yeah, because it's crawled. Okay, never mind. Okay. Then I guess we can just finish for today. Then what did we do today? So we added grouping. Was that everything? We added some renderers. We added the expansion of the groups as well. The building of the groups has been added, while still maintaining the performance that the grid elements are only recreated when necessary. So normally Solid is not really so too slow when creating these DOM elements, because it's just using clone node. But still, it's just overhead that we can skip if possible, and we now have the possibility to add data to these or signals to these items, which might allow us some cool patterns that we might need for other features, like the aggregations, for example. Okay, then I guess this is it for today. Then thanks again for watching, and I wish you a very nice evening, and I hope that I will see you tomorrow. Bye.